see. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I'm Tariq Lowe with Maybe You Didn't Know. The link.
Mainly dry with less wind, and northwest of the city, low will be 37. WCBS News Time, 6:03. A fourth high-altitude object has been shot down today, this one over Lake Huron in Michigan. Canada's Prime Minister ordered the takedown of a third unknown object Saturday, flying in Canadian airspace. A U.S. fighter jet executed that mission.
These heroes work every day to keep their community safe and also left him my Hamlin medical team during his recovery. Please give them a warm welcome to Super Bowl.
And rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Now the 1st of December. So was the turnpike from Stockbridge to Boston.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we
Invincible.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength. You're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
Oh,
should take it slow. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Tonight, we're gonna light it up. Just
sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you.
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lumps inside you.
Alright. Mahomes. Mahomes with the snap. Fakes the toss.
empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but
Invincible.
my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Be faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 40 clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
We're dreaming in the dark. We're nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Sunlight, we gonna light it up. Sunlight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Sunlight, we gonna light it up. Sunlight, we gonna light it up.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you.
hate to say this, but it sounds like the electric cars are kind of like the cassette player. It's like they're around for a while, and then we got all this stuff, and then hopefully, I think I read that they're trying to experiment with seawater to try to create the hydrogen we need to power these.
I encourage any scientist who's trying to come up with a cleaner way to prepare our future and make sure that we can continue to live on this little blue marble that we call our home, the Earth. I have had authors on in the past that talked about when Edison wanted to develop electric cars, and he saw them in charging stations as ubiquitous as parking meters have become, the whole thing about it was, at that time, gasoline was like 10 cents a gallon, and even though you had to buy it in a drugstore, it was much cheaper, and so the internal combustion engine won the day, and electric cars lost. But everything's an interim. What did we start with? 8-track players, and then
right.
Cassettes, and now everything's digital. You show a cassette to a kid nowadays, and they probably wonder what the heck that is. Don't even bother to show them an 8-track and tell them that's what we used to listen to music on.
Right. Well, I appreciate your time, Chris.
All right, thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
All right, 866-391-1020. I've also read a number of articles just recently about there are all sorts of imitation Teslas out there. There are Chinese companies and other companies, Japanese companies that are developing vehicles that are electric powered and look almost like various versions of the Tesla. And that's because Elon Musk decided to open source much of the technology that people could use it and develop and increase upon the knowledge of what an electric vehicle could do, its range, its capabilities, its acceleration, its comfort, and all of that. That, I thought, was a good thing, to tell you the truth, because in the same book that I was talking about with Edison before, there were all sorts of arguments over patents. In fact, patent infringement was big back in the day on everything from bicycles to buggy whips. If you developed a better bicycle and put it out there and patented it, kind of tried to improve on what you were doing, they would sue the heck out of you. It was the same with almost every invention that comes along. And so I think everything is a step in the right direction. I'm trying to think what came before 8-tracks. What in the world did we listen to before 8-tracks? I guess you just listened to the radio. You didn't have your own source of music. Then the 8-tracks became popular, and remember that right in the middle of the song? And then cassettes, and everybody said, oh, this is much better. There's no interruption in the song. They're smaller. You don't have to carry these big cassettes around with you, big 8-tracks at least. You can carry that with you, and now everything's on your phone. And you may not even own the music, even though you bought it at the iStore. You may have purchased it from some music service, but you don't own it. They could take it off your phone if they want to. You know how they send you those updates all the time? So there are all sorts of things to consider when you think about these things. All right, let's move on. It's time to move on to other things and other subjects. And we need to move on to this one. Let's see, what it was. Oh, ambulances across Tennessee. This is something I think people need to pay attention to. Saw this report. I think my nephew Donald sent it to me. Action News 5 in Tennessee is covering this. They say the drug shortage across America is catching up with first responders. This is a report by Ellie Bird. It was published February 6th of this year. They said Knoxville, Tennessee, people throughout the United States have seen many different drug shortages, but now even ambulances are struggling to keep certain medications in stock. Ambulances across Tennessee are feeling the pressure of this shortage, considering one of the most commonly used medications is unavailable. Dextrose 50%, known in the medical field as D50, is used for diabetic patients experiencing hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia occurs when a patient's blood sugar is too low. D50 is used when a patient is not able to drink enough liquids or when additional fluids are needed. Dextrose is also used in many different medical conditions, different medical conditions as well. Rick Valentine, the president of the Tennessee Ambulance Service Association, said this shortage doesn't affect the treatment of a patient. It just takes it a little longer than normal. D50 is kind of unique in the fact that there's not really an alternative, and so we're having to use other formulations of IV-administered fluid that has much less concentration of sugar in it. So it's taking longer to wake up patients that suffer insulin shock or low glucose, said Valentine. Valentine or narcotics are easier to find. According to Valentine, drug shortages are something EMTs have been dealing with for a decade now. We've been dealing with this for a while, with medication shortages, anything from narcotic pain medicine that we use, and then some critical cardiac medicines has been back-ordered previously before. So we have to work with our physician, medical director, and our other protocols, then figure out what we need to do in the best interest of the patient to care for them. Most ambulance service departments have placed orders already for D50 and are waiting for them to be filled. Valentine wants patients to know EMTs are doing everything they can to treat them and give them the best possible care. So now we got a drug shortage. I bet it's because you can't make a lot of money, because Big Pharma can't make a lot of money on those, so they don't produce them. I bet that's part of it. But that's just me. 866-391-1020. We've got about 15 minutes left in our program. I see Father Ron is in the house, ready to take you through the evening hours with Amplify. In the meantime, we'll take this break and come back. Stay with us.
Download the Odyssey app and take us with you wherever you go. Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic station. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you don't have your health, nothing else really matters. Ask anyone who no longer has good health. Heart, lung issues, diabetes, many cancers, joint, back, movement issues, these are all complicated by excess weight. But weight is controllable. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Keep good health and grow older actively. Call me today. 1-800-900-THIN. Let's take control of your health. That's 1-800-900-THIN.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, real cash every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
I've made around $200 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CAR57 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CAR57 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code CAR57 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
trusted source for over 100 years. News, information, conversation. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's little old me. I told you, I fear no broadcast. Having been on against the Steelers in at least 3 Super Bowls in the 28 years that I have been here, I do not worry about the competition. Had calls the whole way. Did you hear the show today? 866-391-1020. Speaking of which, let's go back to the phones. Jake in Green Street, you're on KDK.
Hey, Chris, you fear no broadcast, and you are the voice of reason. You know that.
You think so?
Absolutely. You and Mangino are the two individuals who I think are the best in terms of the voice of reason.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, I wanted to ask you if
you know, we call him Man Genius here.
Well, well, he's a good guy, and you guys are right up there.
Thank you.
So, hey, Trump's niece, Mary Trump. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
Yeah, she was the psychologist that wrote the book about him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she may have written 2 books, but I happened to hear a podcast, just a brief, maybe just a snippet of it, and she had I don't know if it's her sidekick, it was a guest, I don't know the gentleman's name, but she said that she thought that the speech by Biden the other night was the greatest State of the Union address ever given by a president.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if she was doing it in jest, saying that in jest, but I think she was dead serious. I think she thought it was the best. Well, the Republicans played right into his hand.
Oh, I thought that was the most clever part about it. He was clever by half when he made them stand up and say, okay, Social Security and Medicare off the table, right?
Absolutely.
He put them in a corner there. He outfoxed them. That was the best part of it.
Yes, I think so. And then the greatest comment in that brief snippet of the podcast I listened to is the gentleman said, well, they briefly brought up the balloons that these balloons have been in the news the last couple of weeks, and so they mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene that brought a white balloon. Before she pranced around with a white balloon, and the gentleman had a great comment. He said, well, at least with that balloon, they didn't find any intelligence.
That's a good one. I love that, Jake.
One of the best ones I've heard in a long time. So, but I thought that was so apropos. It was perfect. But hey, you know, the Republicans, I call them the normal ones, like, let's say, Mitt Romney and maybe Chris Christie, you know, give or take. But some of the, more so the normal ones, they weren't too impressed, or they weren't happy with some of the antics. In fact, you saw Kevin McCarthy trying to tell him to, hey, knock it off.
I saw Romney dressing down George Santos, too.
Oh, well, didn't they get in?
I think as the president was coming in, DeSantis was trying to ease up in the head of the line to shake the president's hand, and Romney told him in plain English, you don't belong here.
Yes.
And I thought that was a pointed comment that needed to be made by Republicans.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And also, James Carville. Are you familiar with him by any chance?
Yeah, he used to advise President Clinton.
Mm-hmm. Right. And he
was the one who said, it's the economy, stupid.
He's the guy, absolutely. And his comment about the State of the Union, he called the individuals who heckled Biden, he referred to them as white trash. I don't know if you heard that.
Well, see, that's an Arkansas Southern term that
oh, really?
Yeah, that people use all the time for white people that they don't think, they call them no count, as we say down south. You just white trash. You no count, which means they didn't count for much, you know.
Okay. Well, hey, speaking of Arkansas, since you grew up there, what are your impressions? What would you have thought that if this I can't think of her, the former White House press secretary.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah. What are your thoughts if someone like her was your governor while you were growing up in Arkansas?
Well, someone like her was my governor, Orville Faubus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was just more demonstrative about it. I think nowadays people like Governor Huckabee Sanders are, how do you put it, they're more diplomatic with the charges that they make so that they're not labeled as racist, whereas Orville Faubus was like, standing in the schoolhouse door, no, never, Central will never be integrated. I think nowadays what happens is people like Governor Huckabee Sanders approve of how Arkansas has dodged integration by going to these religious schools and getting out of public education, and now they're trying to kill public education in so many ways. She has already, and she mentioned it in her anti-State of the Union address, issued a decree that says that CRT will not be taught in any high schools in America. Well, it's not in Arkansas. Well, it's not taught now. So what's the sense in issuing that decree?
Well, I absolutely, and I didn't agree with much in terms of the rebuttal speech that she made. To me, it sounded like she was campaigning.
She is.
And had thoughts of maybe being Trump's running mate. I mean,
well, either running mate or she will even announce in 2028 and run for the presidency. One of the two.
Well, that wouldn't surprise us, would it?
Nope, not at all.
Let's see. All right, Chris, as always, I enjoy your show.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, you too. Let's go to Tim in Penn Hills. Tim, you on KDK?
Hey, Chris, I probably should have watched the Super Bowl, but you scared me with that thing about the diabetics, the dextrose.
Yeah.
Because as a diabetic, I've been awakened several times in an ambulance, and that scares me to death.
Well, this report is from Tennessee, so I don't know if it's happening nationwide, but in Tennessee they have a shortage of that dextrose 50 or D50 as they call it, to awaken you if you're in a diabetic coma or going into one, and that's a real problem because they say there are no alternatives to it.
No, because I have several of those things in my house. I don't know if you know anything about blood sugar, but I've had several 30s. And it's like I, wake up in the back of an ambulance. It scares you to death.
I could imagine. Well, I wish you good health, Tim, and I hope you can control that diabetes, okay?
I try, Chris. Thank you.
Right.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, as I told you, I fear no broadcast. I am completely self-sufficient within myself. And with the help of my great producer, Samantha, who is really into the show and knows audio and runs audio very well. I thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it. You helped make the show a success. I know I rail a lot sometimes against America and its actions overseas, these unending wars and the like, but there's no other country that I would rather live in than America. It was never perfect from the beginning, as I say all the time. But I want you to know this is the place to be. I will still continue to agitate, educate, and organize. It's a big peace rally on the Mall in Washington, D.C. on February 19th. We'll watch that, see how the mainstream media covers it. But this is America. It's the place I want to be. It is. There's no doubt about it. When we get stronger. People talk about coming together. I don't know if we'll ever come together. There'll always be a different way of doing things in this country. Good night, everybody.
Show with Larry and Marty. breaking news and making a difference.
Let's figure this out. This is our city.
Right.
And there's people being physically harmed and now economically harmed.
It's a cesspool, man.
We've got to find a way to do better than this.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry and Marty. Weekday mornings 5:30 till 10 on 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.com, and on the Odyssey app.
Ew, the toilet stinks. Every flush spews bacteria onto surfaces that little Bobby touches and then spreads to the light switch and everywhere else in the house. Yuck. So Dad uses Microban 24 to help stop the spread. It's the only sanitizing spray with a long-lasting shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria on surfaces for up to 24 hours. Be confident you're protecting your family with Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, Microban it.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing company.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Advantage Studios.
Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic station. News Radio. This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Linda Kenyon in Washington. Another aerial object has been shot down by the U.S. military today. Melissa Dalton, an Assistant Secretary of Defense, explains why.
These most recent objects do not pose a kinetic military threat, but they're pass in proximity to sensitive DoD sites, and the altitude that they were flying could be a hazard to civilian aviation and thus raise concern.
There have been 3 shoot-downs in 3 days. One was coordinated with Canada.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau doubled down on his decision to take out an unidentified object over the Yukon on Saturday.
It represented a reasonable threat to civilian aircraft, so I gave the order to take it down.
U.S. and Canadian forces are now in recovery mode, piecing together several objects that American fighter jets shot down.
CBS's Skylar Henry. These latest incidents are separate from the shoot-down last week of a large Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina. The second half of the Super Bowl is underway after an exciting first half.
Jalen Hurts had a remarkable first half. He completed 17 of 22 passes. He accounted for 3 touchdowns, 2 with his feet, 1 with his arm, as the Philadelphia Eagles took a 24-14 halftime lead. Patrick Mahomes had a decent first half. He completed 8 of 13 passes, but only for 89 yards and 1 touchdown pass. The Chiefs are going to have to do better in the second half if they want to win this game. Steve Futterman, CBS News, at the Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona.
Russia has been relying on paid fighters from the notorious Wagner Group to bolster its ranks in the fight against Ukraine. CBS's Deborah Potter spoke exclusively with one of the mercenaries who was captured.
A hired gun, no longer calling the shots. We met Wagner mercenary Vlad being held by Ukrainian military intelligence. The murky Kremlin-backed paramilitary group has been leading the charge in the bloody battle for Bakhmut, bolstered by convicts recruited from Russian penal colonies. Vlad said he'd already served over half of a 3-year jail term when he accepted a devil's deal, fighting in Ukraine for freedom and cash.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Chris Sununu says the decision by Democrats to move their first 2024 primary from New Hampshire to South Carolina is a big mistake for President Biden.
I just don't believe that Democrat left-wing elite is going to sit on the sidelines knowing you could come to New Hampshire, get all the earned media, all the attention, without a whole lot of money, all that political momentum. He's opened up his political flank, so to say.
Governor Sununu appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. This is CBS News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medi-Share right now. Medi-Share is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medi-Share can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 866-88-BIBLE. That's 866-88-BIBLE. 866-88-BIBLE.
A baby in Kentucky is now the first infant to be anonymously dropped off in a safe haven baby box. CBS's Monica Ricks explains.
A Safe Haven baby box allows mothers in crisis to safely, securely, and anonymously surrender a newborn if they can't care for it. A notification system alerts first responders the second an infant is dropped off. Within the last week, a baby was placed in one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Officials didn't give many details, but say firefighters were able to tend to the child in less than 90 seconds, and the newborn is healthy. It's the first time anyone's used one in the state, but more than 100 boxes are set up at police stations, fire stations, and hospitals in 9 states. Monica Ricks, CBS News.
A new study of 2 million births in California finds black mothers are twice as likely to die after childbirth than white mothers, and the same goes for their babies. This is regardless of socioeconomic status of the mothers. CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
Attention business. When you hire your local CertaPro painters, you get the power of doing it right. Detailed project proposals, excellent customer service, and trusted professionals who get the job done on time and on budget. The power of experience. We're kings of the scaffolding and pros with the stucco. We've been there, done that. Get your project started at CertaPro.com and get the power of pro.
CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contract registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Company.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling, because at AHN, we see you.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
The city of Pittsburgh celebrates the life and works of playwright August Wilson throughout Black History Month. A downtown display and online salute showcase Pittsburgh's native son. Learn what's happening in February at kdkaradio.com. Cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of maternal death in the U.S. and can contribute to health problems later in life. That's why throughout February, American Heart Month, March of Dimes is driving awareness of this serious disease. Learn more at marchofdimes.org. The amateur boxing match Donnybrook is back on Friday, March 10th at the Priory's Grand Hall on Pittsburgh's North Side. This fundraiser benefits the local nonprofit Ireland Institute of Pittsburgh. Learn more and reserve your tickets at iioftitt.org.
Keep listening for updates from the KDKA Community Message Board. Details at kdkaradio.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/news, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/news. That's getrefunds.com/news.
Hi, this is Dr. Rafferty. The Disc Institute of Pittsburgh specializes in a non-surgical disc that will fix the problem and allow your disc to heal. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
Wemo 107.3 celebrates, respects, and represents our Black history.
Steve Marshall talks about Juneteenth in Western Pennsylvania.
I had to learn about Juneteenth. I didn't know about Juneteenth when growing up. It's incumbent upon each person and each family to try to educate yourself about what's going on in your culture and your own history. You know, I'm learning every day.
For more stories of Black excellence, download the free Odyssey app. Just search AUDACY.
From the African American Chamber of Commerce.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For today, sun through high clouds with a high of 50 degrees. Tonight, clear skies, low of 26. Tomorrow, sunny to partly cloudy, high of 50. Mild again for Tuesday, increasingly cloudy, though, with a high of 52 for the afternoon. For AccuWeather, meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good evening and welcome to Amplify, a telephone talk show that looks at life from a religious perspective. I'm Father Ron Lingwin, hoping that you have felt the warmth of God's love in your life this day, but especially the joy you feel when you share that love with others. And I want to say something about that, but first I'd like to begin, as I do each week, with a story that is based on faith, informed with imagination. I try to find a story that somehow almost directly fits with the topic of the evening. This one wasn't that way. It was just because it appealed to me so much when I selected it and didn't know that it was going to fit into other things that I would experience this day. It was a bright, sunny day, but a cool, gentle breeze flowed from the water below. It was also a good and productive day, for many people would come to listen to Jesus. It was John who said, "Master, I am so pleased with you." The others seemed to smirk. Jesus replied, "I'm pleased that you are pleased, John." There was laughter, and Jesus said, "I did not mean to be funny." "Yes," Peter said, "but it is I who bring the crowds to the Master," and the laughter only increased. "Give him time," Jesus said. "Give him time." John hung his head. Jesus touched his arm and said, "Look up." And then as a tear slowly trickled from his eye, John said, "Master, the Father is always with you. He tells you what to say, and then he helps you. But what about us? We are nothing but fools. We follow you, we listen to you, but you learn from me," Jesus said. Yes, Peter said, "We learn, but how do we know the Father is within us?" Jesus answered, "Why do you ask that? The Father is always with each and every person." "Within the sinner?" Judas asked. "Yes," Jesus answered, "even with the sinner. For you are all special souls. Each of you is a gift. You are his creation, his work." "But some of us fail," John said. "That is true," Jesus said. "But the Father is always there to help mold you if you wish to grow in his image through his word." Then he looked down at the water below and said, "Feel the cool breeze that the water brings up to us. And look up at the sky, at the sun. Feel its warmth. That warmth is like the Father's love. And the breeze is like a gentle kiss, a gentle love. Look around you. Look up, look down." There was so much emotion in Jesus' voice that shivers ran through the bodies of those who had followed him for quite a while. Jesus said, "How can you say that the Father does not love you when you see what he has created?" There was silence. Not a word was spoken, but there were tears in each man's eyes. A story of faith and imagination. Our guest this evening writes in his latest book titled Africa and the Early Church, the Almost Forgotten Roots of Christianity. The first thing you have to know about this book is that it's not a book about race. The idea of race makes no sense to a Christian in the 2nd century. The Africa we'll be talking about is a land of all kinds of races, from dark-skinned Ethiopians to blonde Germanic barbarians, but we'll be more interested in what they thought than what they looked like. When we do mention race, it will be mostly to remark that the ancient Romans didn't care much about it, not because they were better than we are, but because they were bad in different ways. They cared about your class and ancestry, they cared about your education, and they cared a lot about your money, but they didn't care much about the color of your skin. I bring this up right at the beginning because this book grew out of an article I wrote a while ago. And when that article came out, the internet exploded, or at least a little corner of the internet I pay attention to. People wrote to me to tell me angrily that Augustine wasn't black. I never said he was, but why would it matter? Other people were just as angrily to tell me that I had ignored the accomplishments of the modern African church. Since it was a short article about ancient Roman Africa, I had to agree. Some people reminded me that Jesus Christ was a Palestinian Jew, and therefore Christianity did not originate in Africa. That is certainly true. Africa is a flashpoint in our debates today, and many people will hear what they think a people like me would say, but what they hear depends on what kind of person they think I am. It's usually the wrong kind of person. And our guest is my favorite guest, been on this program more than anyone else, is Mike Aquilina. Thank you so very much for being here.
Thanks for having me back, Father Ron.
The day began with a long gospel. It's a story where with brackets in a gospel where they put brackets in, and if you didn't want to use the whole gospel, you didn't have to. I never would like to do that. I'd like to read it all, maybe sometimes just to find out why they put the brackets in. And I can understand why. Sometimes it's not perhaps the words of Jesus, scholarship today would say. But and it made me start thinking about what Jesus went through each day. The story here is just one story of some 1,000 I have where Jesus is trying to teach the people about his Father. And not always easy because we get so much caught up in ourself and our problems that our relationship with God somehow takes second place. Fortunately, that's not all the time. But as I thought about it, and what Jesus went through here, he was respecting everyone, telling them, okay, now there are a lot of people, you've learned a lot of things. There's a lot of things you've learned, and people told you this or that. But listen to me. Listen what I have to say, because it makes a big difference to what you're paying attention to. And it led me to want to pay attention more to what was happening this day. So I paid a lot more attention. And listening to the news, I heard how, and it was from this morning, so I don't know what it might be now, the numbers that talking about the earthquake in Turkey, 1 million people homeless, 35,000 people having died to that point. Undoubtedly, that number is still worse, I'm sure. And then all kinds of things about the Super Bowl tonight that's going on, even as you and I talk here. Then tonight, did you happen to notice the sky tonight? It was incredibly beautiful. There were streams of pink or red across the sky. It was like I didn't see it last night. I was wondering how that happens.
I was with my grandsons, and I made them look at it because it was so beautiful. Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
I just didn't understand how the weather was such, or the clouds were, that it wasn't like a big blotch in the sky, but it was lines. Yes. And it was just fascinating, and it stayed there for a long time. And then I was watching a program, and it had been after I had a phone call with Manfred Honeck, and it was like I was supposed to see this program where they were talking about how the Hinduism, Buddhism, and others like them believe that the universe started with one note. That's how it was created. God created, there is divinity, but how did God create it? They said they believed it was with one note, Om, that they, of course, use in their meditations. And they got into a discussion then about sacred sounds and visual representations of sound waves, and talking about how power could be amplified, sound could be amplified to lift heavy weight. They see that happening in the future. Wow. That a lot of things are happening that we never understood in terms of how God's power is among us in the world in which we live. And they came to the point about music, acoustic technology, that sounds can be used to unite heaven and earth. We use music that way. That's part of the process. And they were reminding us of the power of music through its beauty. Got pretty esoteric in many ways. But the example they used was that Joshua brought down the walls of Jericho. Right. Which was, in the past it was like, oh, okay, it happened somewhat. And there was nothing we could point to say that that's true.
Yeah, it was a commonplace of the early church fathers that the world was sung into existence. by the angels. That's how God used the angels to create the world. They sang the world into existence.
And there's just so much there. Well, it leads me to the book because I thought back to the experience of reading the book. I had read the book by then, and when I started it, I thought the way it begun and the reason for which you wrote it, I thought, this is a little bit different of approach to the way he writes, why he's writing, so spiritual and so rich in so many ways, and it seemed to be more history when I looked at it as I go through all the books before I actually read it. But then I read it, and I thought, wow, this is a beautiful book.
Well, thank you.
About Africa. And I knew that, of course, St. Augustine and other great saints were from Africa, but I never thought of Africa in and of itself. I knew nothing about Africa.
Yeah. And I think most people don't know the story of Africa and how it played into the early history of Christianity. Just the great streams of influence that poured into the church, both East and West. My focus in the book was mostly the Western church because that's where I live. But, the way we worship in the Western church is largely a gift of Africa. In Rome, the city of Rome, we think of ourselves as Roman Catholics, right?
Yes.
But the Roman liturgy was celebrated in Greek probably until the middle of the 4th century. It's at the end of the 100s that the North African Christians started to use Latin in their liturgy. And it's likely from North Africa that we got our Latin liturgy and so many other liturgical developments after that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Tell us a little bit then about why you wrote this book. I raised the issue in the preface.
Well, my editor out in California, I write for Angelus News Service, and my editor, Pablo K., asked me if I would write something on Africa and the early church. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. And I wrote something, and I was surprised by the response. Pablo said that article got more engagement than anything else that they had run that year. More engagement from readers than anything else. It had been shared, commented upon. People were responding to it in many different ways. And Pablo was just so stunned by that, and so was I, because I'm writing history, and usually people don't engage with history in so much in our day and age. Largely, people are ignorant of history in our day and age. Our memory goes back maybe 20 years. No more than that.
Well, when you get older, mine doesn't even go that far. Well, that isn't true. You think about the past,
right? But not the recent.
Not the recent.
So I was really surprised, and I started thinking about this, and I thought people need to know this story. People need to know it because they are completely unaware of the influence that Africa has had on the church, both East and West.
One of the first questions you deal with is what did the ancient writers mean by Africa?
Yeah. So I talk a bit about that. We have ideas today, and the ideas are bound up with race and with more recent history, with ideas like colonialism and that sort of thing. But what did it mean in that time? The time when Christianity was just emerging in the world. And Africa was undergoing a very interesting period at that time, especially the countries of Roman Africa. Northern Africa, the countries today that are Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco. Those countries were undergoing this cultural renaissance, really, at that time. You think of the great pagan writers who were there at that time. The playwright Terence, we think of him as a Roman. Well, he was writing from North Africa. The novelist Apuleius, the historian Suetonius, the rhetorician Fronto, and the great lawyer, the jurist Salvius Julianus, he compiled the standard collection of precedents in Roman law. So there was all of this literary and cultural activity going on in those lands at that time, and it was all finding its way to Rome and influencing intellectual life on what we would call the mainland, the European mainland. But the ideas were originating there in North Africa, where there was a vibrant Latin culture are just rising up at that time.
What are the three ancient civilizations upon which you have focused that you believe made a unique contribution to Christianity?
Well, there's Roman North Africa, Latin Africa, the countries I was just talking about. Then also there's Egypt. And Alexandria, especially within Egypt. Alexandria was the intellectual capital of the Greek and Roman world at that time. It had the great library there, largest library in the world at the time. There were universities, there were research centers, all of these things going on in that city. So yes, Egypt was important in the development of Christianity, but also just in the world at large. And finally, there was Ethiopia, Eritrea, Sudan, sub-Saharan Africa, where they were getting their Christianity from different strains. Really, they were influenced by the Copts in Egypt. But it's quite likely that Christianity was there in those countries from the first century. We look at the Acts of the Apostles, and we find in chapter 8 the encounter between Philip and the eunuch, the Ethiopian eunuch, who's a court official, we're told, of the Candace, who's the queen of the Ethiopians. Now, that guy is there for the celebration of the festival. And eventually he would have made his way back to his home country, and surely he brought the gospel with him. There were many Jews in Ethiopia. According to tradition, they had been there since the time of Solomon. So he would have brought it back to a country where there would be people who would understand what he was talking about and understanding the Old Testament roots of the New Testament message.
And yet Christianity, you point out, spread in some ways because there was a port city.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't radio or television. It wasn't two people talking on the air about it. And it spread that way, and not even in the Latin language. Eventually, it came to that, but as you've already said, people spoke
Greek.
Spoke Greek.
Right. And that was the language of trade. That was the language of the world. But the great centers of Christianity in Africa were Carthage, a port city, right, and Alexandria in Egypt, another port city where there was the great lighthouse and all of those other things I already mentioned. But when you have a port city like that, you had military people coming in and out. You had commercial traffic all the time, people coming from all corners of the world bringing new ideas. And so Christianity was among those new ideas that came into these port cities and likely found their way out into the hinterlands over time.
We're coming up against a break, but the point I'll make before then was Carthage then was wiped off the map by Romans who salted the fields of the city so that it would never come back, but it was rebuilt.
From the Aetna Medicare Advantage Studios.
Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic station. News Radio.
CBS News Brief. Another day, another shoot-down of an object in U.S. airspace. General Glenn Van Herk, the commander of NORAD, says this might not be the end of it.
I'm not currently tracking any other objects at this point. That doesn't mean there couldn't be more at some point in the future, but right now we're not seeing anything.
The U.S. military has shot down 3 aerial objects in the past 3 days. Kansas City Chiefs fans remain optimistic even as the Philadelphia Eagles have been leading in the second half of Super Bowl 57. The score is 27-21. Some 33,000 deaths after those back-to-back earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. MTS Taib is getting a first-hand look at the situation in Turkey.
Buildings, as far as the eye can see, just crumbled into dust. And life here, for so many, is a misery.
Turkey says many of the buildings were not up to code. Contractors are being arrested. CBS News Brief. I'm Linda Kenyon.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Generic Viagra and Cialis are available to you for only $5.
Showtime because he shows up all the. He's called Showtime Mahomes because he's always put on the show in this time.
Super Prime Time. He's Teron Davenport. He's Mike Wells. I'm Jeff Turn on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. 5-yard touchdown to Kadarius Toney. We went to the break with the Eagles are in the lead, but how did they get here? We're going to get to actually how the Eagles got here, but we wanted to update you that the Eagles now find themselves not winning this game after they have been in the lead since the get, man. And you know, you think about the Chiefs now with the 1-point advantage. We talked about how important this drive was going to be for Kansas City, and Kadarius Toney with the 5-yard touchdown there. Briefly, guys, before we get to the Philadelphia side of things and how they were able to build up to this moment, not in this game, but specifically over the last couple of seasons, your reaction to Ron to Kansas City regaining the lead over Philadelphia?
Yeah, it's just a true testament. The touchdown that they scored, what an outstanding play design by Eric Bieniemy and Andy Reid, you know, to send Kadarius Toney in motion and have him, you know, the yo-yo motion and then be wide open in the end zone. That's how you make things happen when your quarterback is hurt, right? You give him easy plays. You know everything's going to go with Travis Kelce, so you use him as a decoy, and boom, here you go. So I think it's just a true sign of resiliency, you know, by this whole Chiefs team. And as Mike pointed out last segment, you know, holding the Eagles to a field goal, that was clutch. That was huge for them to be able to do that. And now here we are, 28-27 to start the fourth quarter.
Mike, do you think it's going to be smash mouth for Philadelphia here as they try to regain, or do you think we see some of that creativity we just saw from Kansas City for Philadelphia's offense?
I think this is going to be a situation where if I'm Nick Sirianni, the Philadelphia Eagles head coach, I'm not altering what I'm going to do just because I'm down by a point, and it is the fourth quarter. There's plenty of time left on the clock. I don't need to sit here and say, okay, we need to play panic mode football. No, I'm just going to play. I'm going to go out there and just play. Just think about this for a second, fellas. This, right now, this is the first true test, in my opinion, for the Philadelphia Eagles since the regular season. I mean, and I'm not talking about the game against Dallas when they lost by 6 points. Jalen Hurts wasn't even playing in that game. You got to go all the way back to when they played the Green Bay Packers. When they played the Green Bay Packers in the regular season, the last time the Eagles with Jalen Hurts was out there where they're having to really have to compete in the fourth quarter. And that game was played over Thanksgiving weekend. We were still, you know, trying to work off all the butterball we ate from Thanksgiving the last time the Eagles were put in this situation. So I'm curious on how they're going to respond. Are they going to play tight? Or are they going to be like, okay, let's continue to keep working. Let's not panic because it is still early in the fourth quarter. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on the rest of the way. Yeah, and, you know, there's an old saying, right? A fish stinks from the head, but it also is good from the head, too. And when you look at Jalen Hurts, I probably wouldn't want anyone else in this situation than Jalen Hurts, because we talked about it, the resiliency that he has, and then not only that, the triple threat that he brings. He's a guy mentally, with his legs as well as with his arm, he could kill you. So you work that RPO, keep working those, and now it's really critical. I would move A.J. Brown around, send him in motion, do different things, even jet sweep, get him the football, and let him make a play for you. That's what you I hate to say that. That's what you signed this man to a contract to give him to pay him $25 million a year. That's you signed him for him to be that dude for you. Let him be that dude.
You know, when the matchup was set with the Chiefs and the Eagles, my initial reaction was Eagles are going to win this game, and I expect to have them win by probably a touchdown or more. And I'm not shocked that we sit here at 28-27, knowing how good Mahomes and Kansas City are. but I wouldn't be shocked by the end of this fourth quarter if it is a 6-7 point win for Philadelphia. And it's what you just pointed out there with Brown, with that offense, with the RPOs, and everything that makes them so dangerous offensively. And to Mike's point, we're going to find out a lot about Philadelphia right now because it's been a while since they've been tested. You go back to that first-round playoff game, not tested. Knock out 2 quarterbacks, not tested against the 49ers. Now you are tested against, Mahomes and the rest of that group, Kelsey and all those guys that have made this so awesome over the last 5 years, 6 years. You're going to get their best offensively. Their defense is what sort of held them back in the past. You can maybe exploit that here in the fourth quarter and do what you do and don't sort of go away from what you've been so successful at. Now, to get to this point, though, I want to point something out and let you guys both react to this. When they won the Super Bowl, it was, you're obviously at the peak of your powers at that point. And it was a gradual decline, right? When they won in 2017 and beat the Patriots 41-33, the next year they won the wild card against the Bears, then lost to the Saints. 2019, they lost in the wild card against the Seahawks. What happens after that? You go 4-11 and 1. There was a tie there. You end up having a new head coach, and you try to figure things out with a new quarterback. Winners win, losers win. You got rid of that guy. Went with Hurts instead. You win the wild card against, you lose the wild card against the Bucs last year, and you sort of wonder, is Hurts the guy? Well, they knew he was the guy, right. And then you ascend back to a Super Bowl. That's the path of how they got here from a record standpoint.
I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. A little stronger now. A little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
possible.
fortune and everything that goes with it. I thank you all, but it's been no bed of roses.